I swear nothing is going right this week. Stupid. Okay, that's not working. I don't even know. It's like nothing's working. Nothing's working. That's not working. That's not working. Oh my goodness. Ridiculous. 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 It's like Social Stream Ninja. You don't have. You're like always missing the. Like they're missing something. Like it needs to be easier. Turn on the extension. I turned on the extension. I turned on the extension. Oh my goodness. I turned on the extension. I can't even get a fake test message. Good grief. Oh my goodness. Streaming chat dock and overlay. Okay. Well, why does it work with those two and not work with Rumble? It works the same way. Rumble does the same exact thing. Doesn't make any sense at all. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Tell you what. Absolutely about ready to throw this computer out the window. I just want it to do what it's supposed to do. Just want it to do what it's supposed to do. I swear nothing is going right this week. Stupid. Okay, that's not working. I don't even know. Alright. Okay. What is going on here? What is happening? I want it to work. I want it to do the thing that it's supposed to do. The thing that's irritating is that this thing, I had this working one time before. I just want to see it in the dock. I've got the sound turned on just so y'all know I'm here. I exist. I'm just dealing with some stupid technical issues. It's like I should be able to watch this on the back. Wait a minute. I should be able to see this on the backstage in my OBS. And it is not doing that. I want it to do that. Alright, now. Maybe we'll copy this. Maybe we'll copy and then we paste. I don't know. No, that doesn't work. Nope, that's not how that works. Oh my goodness. My goodness gracious, this is ridiculous. Come on, stupid Social Stream Ninja business. Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, we'll just have to do this the old-fashioned way. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Pocket Dimension. If you are a returning viewer, glad to have you back. If this is your first time stopping in, glad to have you here. Yeah, let's turn some lights on here so we can see what we're doing. All right. So I can't figure out why. So I had Social Stream Ninja working one time before. And now for some reason, I've never been able to get it to work again. It was like I just did something And it was just like magically happened, and it worked. And now I can't seem to get it to, like, nothing makes sense. It's like, open YouTube live chat. Click the pop-out chat button to the top right-hand corner. Ensure the Social Stream Ninja extension is enabled. It is. Everything. I've done everything. And none of it is working. It is absolutely the most infuriating thing. I just can't get it to all work here. Anyway, so I'm just gonna leave the pop-outs up. These are kind of just, it's like, if you're gonna invent something and make it usable, make it usable. My goodness. I'm just having a bad day here, making me mad. Nothing's going right here. Let's see. Let's see if we can figure out step by step. Step by step. Social stream. Ninja OBS doc can't see chats. I don't want to use the chat overlay. To fix not showing chats, ensure the browser extension is enabled green. Yes. The dashboard is active. Yes. And you have copied the correct dashboard link into a custom OBS browser doc. If blank, refresh the dock, or verify the pop-up chat window is open, or restart the extension. Oh, I wonder. I wonder. Now, why does it look like why does my camera look like a potato? I mean, it is a potato, but I mean, it's like worse than usual. Good grief. I'll tell you what. All right. Okay. We're going to try this. Try this. It doesn't make any sense. None of it makes sense. None of it makes sense. It doesn't do what it's supposed to do. Social Stream Ninja is trash, folks. Don't use it. Struggle through with pop-out chats on the back end and just ignore fancy pants bull plop stuff. Just, you know, Social Stream Ninja is just not working for me. I don't know what the problem is. It's irritating because I've had it working before. I have had it working before, and now I've just had it. All right. It irritates me. I'm pulling up all of the help things. I don't want to watch a video. I want to see step by step. Because no, I don't want to watch a video. I want to read a step by step. 1, 2, 3. Can we do a 1, 2, 3? Can we do a step by step? Oh my goodness. Yeah, that doesn't help me. Reddit doesn't help. Sorry. I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. Just making me mad. I was hoping I'd have time to fiddle with it today. Well, my computer decided to not do computer things and drop things out. And it's just, today's not good. Today's not good. This has not been a good week, folks. If you can imagine, it has not been a good week. Just bull plop at work. I kind of had not really an altercation, but a misunderstanding from a customer I didn't even want to take on when I realized who it was. I've had issues with him before. I was like, really? Because it's funny, long story short, I gave him a price on something. He wanted it in writing. Well, I gave it to him in writing. A text message is legally binding, just like an email. I guess he wanted something on I don't know, letterhead or something, but I gave it to him in writing. I told him exactly what he needed to know through text message, and I never heard anything back from him. But he's a weird bird, man. Real weird bird. He came into our office one time trying to get a job or something. I know how to do project management. No, he doesn't. He doesn't know anything. He's not a communicator. I didn't want to take. Once I realized who it was going on this service call, I didn't want to take it. Did anyway. What can I say? Anyhow, that was frustrating. Everything else was pretty good this week, but that wasn't. So anyhow, that was frustrating. And of course, our friend Ron passed away this week. He sent me these. These are spider robots, kind of like, sort of like scarabs from the Necron range, but they're not scarabs. So I was painting on these Thursday night when somebody said, "Hey, did something happen to Ron?" Black Skull 1965, as you know him here on Twitch, and probably saw his posts maybe on Facebook or Instagram. So I didn't know about it until Thursday evening when I was painting. I was painting on the thing that he sent. So, yeah, it's not been a good week. A little short. I'm a little short. And then I got home Friday night, and they asked me if I'd go out of town tomorrow. So I'm trying to get I can never get anything done because I'm always being sent off to Timbuk flipping 2, you know. So it's frustrating right now. Lots of things are frustrating. Well, anyhow, we're gonna paint these figures. We're gonna think high. We're gonna think fond thoughts of Ron and his engagement with the channel over the last 4 years since I started streaming. So we're gonna go. I'm not sure how late we're gonna go tonight, but just gonna kind of, yeah. We're going to paint up, and I'm going to use bronze over top of the the tin bits here that I started out with. So I dry brushed them that. We'll do a light dry brush of the bronze and maybe pick up some bits and pieces, maybe with some steel or silver or something. So, yep. But in case you're watching here on the Twitch side of things, I do have a fundraiser for the 988 mental health, suicide, and crisis Lifeline. Now, that's not what Ron passed away from. He just had a doggone heart attack, and it just wiped him out. They couldn't get him started again. So, oh, for crying out loud. I'll tell you what, it is a bad day. It is a bad week. What in the world is going on? Well, so much for that color. Oh man, today is just that kind of a day, isn't it? You know, I cleared the nozzle too, and that's what makes me mad. I cleared the nozzle. You all saw me poke with the pokey tool. Oh my goodness. Goodness gracious. I'll tell you what. It has been a bad week. Talk about putting the cherry on top. That's it right there. Oh my goodness gracious. Who touched the Hadron Collider? That's what I want to know. Who touched the Hadron Collider? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. So I want to know is, who is messing with time and space this week? It's like everything in the world that could go wrong has gone wrong this week. Well, not everything. Not everything. But I don't think I've had a good day since December 24th. It all started on Christmas Eve when I found out I had no money in my bank account because I'd used it all up because I hadn't been getting my paychecks. Because somebody scammed my office into sending them my paychecks through electronic means. And nobody thought to freaking check with me. Nobody thought to check with me to see if it was legit. That's what really makes me that makes me mad. It's like you didn't even think to check. Of course, I'm barely holding it together when I was dealing with my office about it. Made me just absolutely furious, quite honestly, because yeah, they gave me the paychecks. They reissued the paychecks to me, but that doesn't replace the money that I had to spend, that I was spending. And I wasn't spending it on silly things by any means. That was food and mortgage and all the things that I literally between February between November and December I spent like $40 on myself. Everything else was food, and I'm gonna go wash these off. I think I can probably wash these off. So I'll be back in just a minute. Oh my goodness. Like nothing's going right today. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's not your dinner time yet there, pal. Oh, my goodness. So, yeah, it has been an awful day. Awful day, awful week. I can't figure out why I can't get Social Stream Ninja to work either. That is absolutely frustrating. Oh, good. I'm tearing another hole in these pants. That's good. That's good. Yeah. All right. Well, let's let these dry off from being wet and all here. It's just the cherry on top. I'll tell you what. It's been a bad day. I wanted to get my OBS worked out so I could figure out how to get Social Stream Ninja to combine my chats. Well, that wasn't working. I don't know what the problem is there. I've had it working before, and I don't know. It seems like it shuts off every time you log out. It's the dumbest thing ever. OBS needs to get their rear in gear and do something to make it native to their platform. Of course, there's other things like Stream Element and the like, but I don't care for Stream Element. I really don't. They're too corporate-y. Too corporate-ish? Corporate-y? Whatever you want to call it. Let's see. This is resin. I don't really want to heat it up, but I think I'm going to try to see what would happen if I use the old heat gun on this to see if I can blow dry this. Give a little heat on there. Not too much. Alright. So that's better. Sort of better. Alright. Let's see what happens. We'll get a dry brush. We'll use some of this bronze paint that's, I don't know where I'm going to find any bronze paint. But we'll go with the dry brush here. And yeah, we'll just use it. Of course, rinsing off the paint that got all over everything kind of took some paint off of these, but oh well. You know what's funny is if Black Skull were in chat right now, if Ron were in chat, he would have had some really smart alecky thing to say about that. He was always one for he was a quick wit. Just always had that look on his face, like he had a joke that he knew and nobody else did. That was the mystique of Ron, I guess you could say. But he was one of the first people to make a donation to the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline here on the Twitch side of things. If you'd like to follow in Ron's footsteps, feel free to make your donation right here on Twitch. You don't have to be watching the stream in order to do so. The button is active even if the stream is not active. We're a little over $100 away from making our goal of $250. It's been going on. I've had this going on since September, I think. So feel free to throw a few bucks in. Ron was the first. Maybe you can be the last. Be a nice bookend. Maybe some of us can get together at Adepticon and do a little celebration of Ron's life there. Yeah, Thursday I commenced to painting these, and I noticed he wasn't in chat, and that's no big deal. I mean, I don't expect perfect attendance every time or see everybody all the time. People are busy, they have things to do. And then somebody mentioned that Monsters and Minis had a little thing up on his screen, and asked me about it, and I didn't know anything. So then I looked at Facebook and saw a couple of worrying, very worrying messages there, and went over. We shut the stream down a little early and went over and got on to Monster Den Minis, and it got confirmation from Ed there. And yeah, that was very shocking. I mean, at our age, I mean, he's 9 years older than me. But once you cross that 45, 50-year-old threshold, really it's kind of like you got a lot fewer ahead than behind. So sudden illnesses can take you like that, or well, they're not unexpected, but they're considerably rude when they do show up. It's not unheard of. I guess unexpected because there's not it's not like there's a protracted illness involved where you kind of go, oh, okay, well, this person could take a turn for the worst, so we kind of have to come to terms with it, come to grips. But something like that is absolutely kind of just takes you by the, kind of blindsides you, It's unfortunate. Really sucks because I was looking forward to seeing him at Adepticon this year. Now, ever since the pandemic, I've only been to a couple. I went to Adepticon once before the pandemic. Then the second year I was going to go was when things hit. And then I had been running paint and takes at a local convention, at a couple local conventions really. That happened to always, for at least 2 years, happened to always fall on the same date as Adepticon. Well, I talked to the people running it and said, look, I've done this the last couple of years coming out of the pandemic because there was nothing else going on. But I need to support my friends at Sea Dog Game Studios. So next year I won't be able to do it. And wouldn't you know, the date for that changed. Very strange. The date changed of that particular convention. So then I was able to do Adepticon and run my paint and take. So that was pretty neat. So I'll be running a paint and take at HerdCon next week. No, this coming weekend. This coming Saturday. And then I'll be doing another local convention the following weekend. And then the weekend, then skip a weekend, and then it's off to Milwaukee for Adepticon. And then in April, I have got a couple other local conventions. Wrathacon and Final Boss Con. To spread miniature goodness, miniature happiness. Cool. So that's what's coming up. And then there's Origins. I run games at Origins for Sea Dog Game Studios. And there's CharCon in July, as well as Historicon. Well, Historicon's out of state, and it would be another multi-day event for me. So I'm trying to cut down on the multi-day events. Just do one days or close by, overnight sort of things. So yes, I know it works better to have something that's not quite as absorbent as paper towel, but that's okay. We're just getting what we can get. A little more of an overbrush than an actual dry brush. Just kind of want to get the highest edges here. Though these being flat, it tends to want to leave more behind than I'd like. I guess I could scrub more off than I did, but I like the gradient that I've got going on there. It's more of a kind of a pewter than a metallic. Than like a steel silver metallic. It's a little more pewter-like. What I got going on with that gradient, going from tin bits to bronze to gold to chainmail, which is sort of an intermediate. Chainmail is kind of an intermediate color between silver and steel. Steel being a little bit darker and duller. Silver is obviously going to be brighter. So I have to step away here in a little bit and throw some laundry in. But if you're watching and you're not chatting, that's fine. If you're lurking, that's great. You're welcome to do so. But yeah, it's just kind of been a rough one. I tell you, spilling paint today was just the cherry on top. I'll tell you what. Found out that we had a fella that's kind of been a staple at one of the local conventions. He died this week. It's been a rough week for people. It's been a real rough week. Like I said, I think somebody out there touched the Hadron Collider, and we're in a our reality is shifted again, you know. All right. Well, that's pretty good. Pretty good. Let's go to town. Let's go to work on this one. This bunch here. This base is just a little bit too big to be held by one of my usual holders. So that happens sometimes. Oop, see? Almost lost it again. Butterfingers today, I guess. Kind of looks like iron pyrite, doesn't it? Kind of like that look. Kind of has that iron pyrite look to it. Cool. Much better. Much better. We don't always throw a wash over that, but there's really no need to, because I think I want to do some OSL. I'm not a big OSL kind of a guy, but I think we could probably try it. Maybe want to use something like Plasma Glow. Do I want to go with green? Maybe. I think green would be good. So there's some details we need to change up on this. I'm going to get a different palette. So we'll let that dry up. That is disheartening. So I'm going to be right back. I'm going to get something else to use as a palette. Pumpkin, what's up, buddy? That's my chair, you know that. I know you know that. Alright. Can I have my chair back, please? I know you're the cat. I know you're the cat. Alright, out you go. Okay, alright. Let's go ahead and we'll use a little black here. And we'll actually, I think we're going to use some let's try some a different product altogether. Let's try some Apple Barrel Black, Jet Black. Let's try that as an undercoat for things that we want black. Let's just do that. A little thick, but that's okay. We'll throw some Merlin's Magic Medium in there. This is the Fix-All for All paints. And we'll go ahead and we'll use that. We're just going to clean up. We're just going to recoat this black. Maybe too thin now that I put the medium in there. I had nothing but awful times of it lately. My glasses got broke. Cat knocked them off. And I stepped on them because I didn't know they were on the floor. They've got something weird going on with the coating on the lenses. Which that happened after I worked in this one house. I don't know what I ran into. But The coating was all messed up. So, of course, I've got this palette, this piece of plastic that is now shining in my eyes. And just glaring, giving me all sorts of glare. I can't buy the camera equipment that I wanted to buy because of the thief that took my paychecks. So I can't improve the stream. I need a computer, but the computers are too expensive now. I could have bought one when I had the, if I'd had the money that I was supposed to have, I could have gotten the computer that I need. I tell you, life is awful right now. It just really is. Nothing's going right. It's not my fault either. Oh well. It's just very frustrating. Cat wants in to the pocket dimension. Should I let him in, folks? Should I let the cat in the pocket dimension? Of course I should. So the paint spilling was just like, it was just like the it was like the one last thing today, you know? It's like nothing's gone right. Alright, that's good. That's good right there. Alright, we'll let that dry up. Put another coat of black on there. Do some touch-ups. So, my friend Ron, Black Skull 1965, had a very interesting paint style. It was very loose. It was very loose. More of an art. It's coming at it from more of an art angle. Broad strokes, very free strokes. So he developed his own style. It was, I don't know if I would call it recognizable, as though, because I never really saw it in comparison to other people's styles. I would have to say that probably the closest in style to it, somewhere between Holy Fire Them and Falling Freely. So somewhere between Bennett and Stephanie's, their styles. His was right in that wheelhouse, right in that neighborhood, with sort of a very, I guess you'd say, painterly, maybe art style. Not quite as precise. Bold. That's what I would call it. I would call it bold. A bolder style. So I'm going to paint all the little rocks underneath them. Paint them black. And we'll deal with that. We'll probably do like a black gray for some parts, and then these crystals. Be another interesting color. Go with green. I mean, if we're going to lean into the Necron style, I think we should probably go with bog standard studio paint job style Necrons, since that's not, when I actually do my actual real deal honest to goodness Necrons, I'm not going to be doing them in the usual metallic. So that's what we're doing here. Ron's gift allows us to explore the studio style paint job that we're not going to do, because these are the not Necrons. So let's see, I think that's a rock as well, back there. Alright, so I think I got those pretty good. We'll have to mix up some more of that ground color again, I think. And then I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take some of the Pro-Acryl blue black and some green. We're going to do a little bit of a gradient. Let's see. Dark jade, maybe dark jade. Black blue, dark blue, blue black. I don't know. Hard to say. Can't say, I don't know. Do you not know, or can you just not say? Dark jade. Let's go with dark jade. It's a nice dark green. We might go ahead and use the rest of some of this black here that's in the on the palette already, even though it's not particularly truly hobby paint. Let's go ahead and let's see where this leads us. Let's let the paint lead us. What do you say? We'll just learn. We'll just see where the paint takes us. Let's try this. Let's take another step up with that regular jade, and we'll just let it mix right on the figure itself. Maybe a little bright jade too. Let's see what that does. Let's let that mix right on the. Do a little wet blending. Yeah. I think Black Skull would be happy to see some of that wet blending going on. That looks pretty good. Alright, let's put a little bit of that dark jade right up here in this corner. Right there. And we'll take the brighter jade and we'll just put it on there. Mix her right on down. Alright. Use that black and green in there, and black and turquoise, or whatever color it was. We'll bring that turquoise up a little bit right in there. Dark jade. And then we'll bring the light jade on. I'll mix that back in just a little bit. Then we'll do a little bright jade here, a little bright jade there. Bright jade here. Now that's a pretty neat little effect. It's not a great effect. I'm not a great wet blending guy, but yeah, I think that's pretty neat. I think it's pretty neat. I do. Do a little black, actual black there. Blend that out just a little. Take the regular dark jade. Go right along there. We'll take a little bit of bright jade, go right along there, and we'll just mix those two right there. Get a little gradient. Get a little gradient right there. Zip, zip, zip. I like the idea, maybe every so often there's a little energy pulse that kind of zips around there. A little zip right there. A little zap. So that's looking pretty good. Pretty good. Pick up a little more black and dark jade here. Get a little regular jade here. Just kind of blend it out, blend it up here. All right, looking good. Oop, too much. Wow. I was looking at my target and not looking at my brush. little wet blending going on there. It's pretty good. I think it's pretty fun. So pick up a little bit of the dark jade, and yeah, right there. Put it right there. Right there. And we'll put a little regular jade on there. We'll let those kind of mix a little bit. Brightens up just a smidge. Then we'll put regular bright jade on top of that. And we'll let that mix in. A little right there. A little bit right there. A little bit there. So I think I'll do is I'll have to brighten up that jade a little bit on those corners. Take a quick little break here, I think. And I'll be back in a minute. Feed the cat. It's 5 o'clock. Oh, almost 6 really. Yes, I don't want to close that. All right. Okay, and we're back. We are back. Hey, Myar. How's it going? So, I'm working on these not Necrons that Ron sent me. It seems like kind of a joke, The day these arrived, I was hoping they arrived on Thursday, and he wasn't around to see me start them, It's kind of funny because I was wondering where he might have been in chat that night, Thursday, and then Dan mentioned that there was that little photo on Ed's stream there, and I'll tell you what a shock, right? That was not the way I expected the weekend to start. And the weekend's just been kind of crappy ever since. There was a young fellow who used to come to one of the local conventions, he passed away this week as well. I mean, just that kind of a week, man. And I tried to get Social Stream Ninja chat to work so I could combine everything in the back so I didn't have to have the pop-outs obscuring my OBS screen so I could watch everything. I could monitor everything correctly. Well, that didn't work. And then I spilled paint. This bronze paint went all over everything. It popped out. I was squeezing it. I did the pokey thing. I put my poker tool in there, and I went to squeeze out, and yeah, I wasn't even squeezing that hard, and it just went everywhere. I actually had to take these models in to the bathroom and wash them off in the sink, of all things. So that was kind of funny. So yeah, just seems like there's been one thing after another this weekend. Sorry, stepdaughter and I were playing Hues and Cues. Just finished. Oh, nice. Hues and Cues is a great game. Yeah, that's a fun game. That's a really good one. So who won? That was one of the few games that I've actually bought just because I saw it demonstrated on social media. Hues and Cues. Really, really terrific game. I won't say the only one, but it's the only one I really watched played on social media. I picked up Roy Canaday's Last Light because I know how much work he put into it because I follow him on social media. So, but I like board games almost as much as I like miniatures games. I think board games are less intimidating to the normal gaming public. Because there are gamers, there are people who enjoy gaming, but they're not going to pick up a brush and paint. Let's see. TJ's was why she got it, yeah. And wife and I seen a couple play on YouTube Games for Two, yeah. Yeah, I mean that's one of those games that it's simple in concept, but it's very tactical. It's a very simple concept, but you can really have there's some real thought. It really gets the noggin jogging, you know. So I'm working on some gradient on this stuff, so I don't know if it's working or not, but we'll see. Let's see. Yeah, saw a couple play on YouTube. Games for two. Yeah, nice. I mean, sometimes you gotta watch, influencers and the like, and sometimes you gotta be a little skeptical. Sometimes people are a little bit too glowingly reviewed. It's like I want to hear what they didn't like more than I want to hear what they did like. What were some of the things? Was it bad layout? Was there ambiguous language in the rules? I mean, because you could have a great game and still have problems with it, but let people know what you didn't like about it as well as what you liked about it. Problem is game companies don't like it when you are critical of a product. You might like a product, but they don't want to hear the flaws in it, That's kind of that's the one thing I always try to do if somebody gives me something to review. I'm like, I'm going to be honest, whether you like it or not. I have to be honest. I'm going to say what I like about it. I believe in giving the blessing and the malediction. I'm going to say what I like. I'm going to say what I like about it, and I'm going to say about what are the things I don't like about it. I think that's fair. It's fair to the consumer. And it's fair to the company, too. I think it's fair to the company to let them know the flaws as well. It's not even necessarily things that should have come out in play testing or the like. It's, and some things could just be a personal taste, too. And part of that is if a reviewer is mature in their taste, they can recognize things that are not their taste versus things that are actual flaws. The problem with reviewers, though, is if they go in with a preconceived notion of what they think something should be, and it's not what they they want it to be, then they can get a little itchy about things. It's like, well, you obviously didn't read the rules, you didn't read the game, you don't understand what it's supposed to be. I've seen that happen where they base their review on what they thought it should be as opposed to what it really was, or what they thought they wanted it to be. No, we don't want to buy. Want to report. Alright. Band that bad boy. Alright. Cool. Alright. Looking good. Looking good, I think. Let's take a little bit of this dark jade. We'll just do a little pass like that. Try to give it a little look, kind of something, maybe a little more of a crystalline sort of a look, you know. Just want to kind of give it a little more depth to it. It's very subtle. It probably doesn't show up on the camera very well, but it's there, I promise. Craziness. Interesting. Interesting, friend. Interesting. I don't know, that might have just ruined it. I tried to square it off a little bit. Maybe if I keep it a little bit not so squared off, it'll look a little more organic. A little more like light is shining through. Oh hey, I successfully printed Cicero from the Skyrim game and a guy called the Adoring Fan from Oblivion. It felt good to be able to print something at home. Oh yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Printing something at home. Nice. That's pretty cool. No doubt it felt good. That's something I keep on thinking I should learn is 3D printing. Or at least design. At least 3D design. Especially for like terrain and such. It was a fun experience. Nice. Well, I'm glad it was a fun experience. I mean, it'd be pretty awful if it wasn't. Never want to do it again if it wasn't. I'd say probably the first couple of times it could be maybe not so fun. But got to learn how to do it and get it dialed in. Alright, let's go with a little bit more finer detail brush here. And go with the Monument Pro Sable number 1 here. I think we'll add in a little bit of little ivory into there. Maybe yellow, maybe pale yellow. Let's go with a little pale yellow. Pale yellow is a little yellowier than ivory. We'll mix that into this light jade here. A fun experiment. Yeah. All right. So I'm trying to do a little bit more brightness here on these, like where it changes direction. Like a little bit of energy is maybe being shunted. Just going around the corner there. Just kind of brighten that up, make it look a little zing, a little pow, a little pop. Maybe a little bit down here where two vertices meet. That could maybe be where, maybe throw a little white in there too, I don't know. Might have been too much there. There we go. That looks kind of cool, kind of good. Nice. Every time I do something different here, every time I go around this thing, it seems to want to do something different. Like, that's just interesting. I don't think I'll want to do what I just did. I think I'll clean that up a little bit. Let's see. Just a second. Let me see what you said there, Miar. I am deep in concentration. Sorry, I didn't quite get to you there. I'm all still toiling on this model for my brother. Technically, it's not a model; it's a toy that I'm turning into a model. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. There's a lot of people that paint up toys. Give a little extra love to toys. It's kind of like what the whole modding, like some of the DC, the Marvel Selects and DC Direct figures. A lot of times people send those out to get professional work done on them. So need to give that a rest, or else I'm just going to ruin it, I think. Got to be careful, eh? Somebody mentioned me in a post over on the Facebook. What's going on there? So that was interesting. So I don't know if anybody here has heard of Gamers on Games, but he's out of Jersey. He's been on YouTube for years. He's starting to do more in the volunteer side of things with the HMGS. And he's trying to get a presence here on Twitch. He had a YouTube channel, but I don't know what happened to it. I guess it just got it just got dinged, like it went away, and I'm not sure why. He does tend to be very politically outspoken, which that's fine. I don't know why his content would be any different from anybody else's. You know, it's coming from more the left side of things, I guess. But I don't know why YouTube would have dinged him, quite honestly. So I do like his reviews of games from time to time. He likes big mechs and he cannot lie. So he's trying to get a presence here on Twitch. So give him a follow. That's Gamers on Games. But just know that he does get political. So, caveat emptor. I usually try to stay away from that side, from those videos. I just want my gaming hobby space to be a gaming hobby space and get away from all that stuff. But I don't know. I have no idea why YouTube dinged him. But he's trying to get a. Sometimes he'll play some video games. Let's see. He was playing something. He was playing one of the Warhammer 40K video games the other night. So he kind of does a little variety type stuff. So. But if politics makes you mad, you might not want. You might want to avoid some of his rants. It's funny, he starts out with a really spicy sort of a like headline, and then by the time he's done, it's like a little bit more normal, more about the, I guess you'd call it left middle. From a couple few that I've listened to, but he's got some pretty good game reviews from time to time and interviews with creators at some of these different conventions and the like. So he's here on Twitch, and I know he likes to play video games live. And see, he does like Tabletop Simulator as well, which I've not gotten into Tabletop Simulator, but I just haven't really had the time to sit down and learn how to utilize that. But he wants to play some Dream Pod 9. What you call it? Heavy gear. He wants to get together on TTS and play heavy gear. So I guess that's out there. But feel free to give him a follow. It won't hurt you and it can help him. All right. Sorry, I was just kind of ran into the camera with my visor. Let's see. cool. Oh, all right. Take a little break for a moment. Oh, kick back, lean back a little. Do a little shout out. Let's go ahead and all right. There you go. That'll make Dave happy. Starting to dry up on my brush there. Cool. Maybe I'll add some white into it. I don't know. You could really spend a lot of time. These are just silly little nothings in the grand scheme of things. But you could really spend a lot of time on these little guys. It's I mean, you could probably do 30 hours on them easily. Correcting things and doing all sorts of neat little OSL things. Let's see what happened here. Could I do an OSL? Let's just see. I'm not an OSL kind of a guy. Maybe. I don't know. It's not a strength of mine, I will say that. OSL is not one of my strengths, so maybe I wouldn't, maybe I shouldn't. Or if I do, I'll let everything dry up a little bit more and then do it. Too many fingers on that too often, and they'll turn out not very well. But yeah, those were sent to me. I mean, I got those on Thursday. I painted them on Thursday. Started up. And that's when we got the news. The Black Skull had shuffled off the mortal coil. He never got to see him. Looking forward to getting these, and I was looking forward to him seeing me paint them on stream, and then post up pictures from playing games with them. Guess we're not going to get to do that now. That's life. Mankind born of woman is short of days. We only got so much time, folks. There's too many wasted words on people being ugly towards each other these days. We have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. Too many people are ready to say things rather than listen. Assume the worst of you. And they want to be better than you. You know, none of us are better than any one of us. I mean, like, if you're a normal person and you're not a genocidal maniac, you know, every day that the sun comes up, you have a chance to make the world a better place. That's pretty much it. So, when does Ed usually start his stream, Yar? Is it about 8 usually? I think it's about 8 when he usually goes on. Well, let's go ahead and touch up these goblins that I've been working on. Clean up their faces and knees and anywhere else that I got some paint in places, odd places. Not sure? Okay. I know you usually were on Sunday nights. So you're working 10s now, Miar? Are you working like Monday through Friday, or is it Monday through Thursday? Is that it? 10, 10, 10, 10, 10? Or are you, or what's that all about now? Let's see, we're going to do a little shading here just because he's going into just underneath his top lip there. This concept that I'm trying to do more of is let the paint blend on the figure. I don't know that I'm going to do a whole lot of it, but it's a concept I want to lean into a little bit more. On the other hand, I like the way I paint, generally speaking, so that kind of hard line, clean style is sort of what I've been doing for a long time, and well, I guess that's just going to be the way I do things. I was saying to Black Skull a couple of months ago how I really appreciated his more loose style of painting, letting the paint kind of do the thing that it's doing. I really appreciated that more. I guess you'd call it like almost an impressionistic style. I don't have quite the I don't know, temperament, maybe that's the right word. I just don't have quite the temperament to let my paint do that. But if you look at his stuff, even though it was very open and very free, very loose brush style, it was also intentional. So he was very intentional with where he put his color and how things interplayed with each other. He had really good color theory. So Just a moment. I'm going to go check on something. I'll be right back. All right. Yeah. He did have his own style. Definitely. It was a good style. I liked it. I was going to see if I could pick up some tips and tricks from him. Now I'll just have to study his Instagram if his survivors leave up his social media. So we'll see how that goes. His art brought a lot of joy to a lot of different people. He won some awards. Last year I think he won a gold, didn't he? In the Resin Beast. It was like he didn't even expect it. He just kind of put something in there. He would win accidentally. That would be just like him, to win accidentally. You know what? That's just him. Yeah, it did keep getting better. I mean, he really was refining a style. It was, I see a lot of people painting, and they're painting like everybody else paints, They're taking classes, they're drinking from the same well, So when you're drinking from the same well, you're drinking the same water. So everybody's stuff kind of looks all the same. But Ron was doing work that was different, more from an art angle. But Holy Fire Them, Bennett has been painting a lot, like in a very loose style as well. And so has Stephanie, Falling Freely Art. So those two folks have been kind of in that sort of more art style rather than a tight, realistic style. Very much more impressionistic. If anything, I'd have to say it's closer to moving towards the impressionistic style. Bold swipes of color. Certain level of not very precise impreciseness, I like that. It's very carefree style. So me, I just paint by the numbers, you know. I do not have that particular looseness in my way. I liked it though. I liked it a lot. Some of his stuff I looked at and I was like, wow, that's just really neat. Let the colors blend on the figure. Yeah, he just had a way of approaching the subject that was a treat to look at. Whereas mine, I just kind of do it bog standard, basic tabletop approach. Nothing really interesting about what I do. Not to compare by any means, but just to give an idea. I guess you'd say my approach was kind of vanilla. White bread. Black coffee with sugar in it. Let's see. What do I want to do for their eyes? Well, there's this ice yellow. That would work okay, at least to start out with. No, I don't think I will. I don't know. Maybe I will. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't try for the eyes on these particular figures. They're just kind of melty, aren't they? It just doesn't work real good. I don't think I will. I don't think I will. Yeah, I don't think I'll try. I don't think I'll try doing the eyes on these guys. It's just, the detail is just not good enough. If anything, I'll just do dark shadows underneath there. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. I don't think eyes are gonna work on these guys. We'll just do dark underneath there. Yeah. Especially since I can't get a good angle. I just can't get a good angle there. So we'll just go with what we got. Oh, his whole left side of his face is such a just absolute mess. It's just very difficult to get. To get his and at tabletop length of arm reach, I mean it's just fine. You know, it's not gonna, nobody's gonna go bonkers on it. I'm not entering these in a competition. Okay, that's all I can do for Boba for now. I wanted to see if this spray paint would leave detail on a mini like a face, fingers, etc. It does. Oh, good. Good. Yeah, it's pretty awful when spray paint gets cloggy on you and gums up the details. I did a real quick spray prime on a very rare figure. He has some hoses coming out of his equipment, and it's almost, there's almost too much spray, almost too much paint on the one section. Almost lost detail on his hose, but I think it'll be okay. Once it dried down and laid down, I think it was okay. That's one of those figures that's going to take 6 to 10 hours just by itself. Maybe a little bit longer. The thing about painting figures is sometimes you can do a little thing and it leads you down a rabbit hole, like lining, like I just did with his fingers, with the darker color there. And I don't think I really want to do that. I mean, I don't mind doing it, but I don't want to go down a rabbit hole. No rabbit holes tonight, please. Although I think I could do some highlighting. Again, here I go down a little rabbit hole, doing some highlighting here. I guess I don't have to do that. But I could do that. Yeah, let's not do that. Let's not go down the rabbit hole. Though I will do a little bit of shading in his mouth. I'm going to go ahead and clean this brush out. Even though I really didn't have a whole lot of paint going way up high on this brush. Well, I guess I did. It kind of got up there a little bit, didn't it? I should probably keep a jug of distilled water in here for cleaning out brushes and the like. That is a Monument Pro Sable number 1. So, pretty cool. Pretty cool. Alright, let's see. We got some Nuln Oil here. Yep, we'll use some Nuln Oil. And we'll let the Nuln Oil do some shading in these guys' mouths. Let's see. There's a good synthetic brush here. We'll just get a little black wash in there. Give a little detail. Detail is so melty on these that it's very difficult to get anything to look right. Kids like to call it slap chop these days with the zenithal, then the contrast paint over that. I call this table slop. Just table slop quality. Just good enough to get it on the table. Good enough to get it on the table. That's all I'm concerned about. Good enough to look good from afar and draw people in. Oh, hey, Heretic Scott. How's it going? So, sad news. I don't know if you heard or not, but Black Skull 1965, Ron Karnak is his name, Jr., passed away this week. And the same day I received these in the mail from him. Of course, I've been painting these today. Thursday I started painting them. I was painting them, and Dee Dee Minnie said, "Hey, did something happen to Black Skull? Because Ed's got something up on his channel. That's Monster Den Minis had something up on his channel." And so I said, "I don't know. I hadn't heard anything." So I looked at Facebook, and there was some condolences to his widow and the like. And I had started painting these. I set them down, and I went over and looked at, stopped in at Monster Den Mini's channel. And so, in memoriam, I was working on these today in remembrance of Ron, Black Skull 1965. So, I've got some more to do on these yet. I had to take a break. So they are. He sent them to me. He found out I've been playing Space Station Zero. So he said, "Hey, let me send you these. There's an adventure in there that uses Spiders, I won't be using these, so he said somebody gave them to him, so he sent them on to me, and I got them on Thursday. And a few hours later, I found out the news right as I was painting them. So today was a little remembrance of Ron, a.k.a. Black Skull 1965. And yeah, so sad. And I'm sad he didn't get to see these getting painted. You know, I was kind of hoping he was going to be on stream or in chat Thursday, as he often is. He often stops in for a little while. Often would stop in for a little while. Past tense now, I guess. And yeah, so I was like, that didn't feel good. But you know, I was hoping we would get to. I was kind of hoping we would get to gush over them and talk about them and make jokes, because you know, Ron was always one for a joke. He was quick of wit, as you probably remember. I know you've been in chat with him before, and you know, puns are us, right? So. But yeah. Well, he was 9 years older than me then, I guess. He worked for Johnson Controls. It was kind of funny. He worked for Johnson Controls. He did fire alarm inspections, and I've installed that kind of thing. I'm an electrician, as you know. So it was kind of funny because we would talk shop sometimes. But you may not remember, but I know that you've been in chat with him, so that's okay. It's easy not to recall, but yeah, that was not fun. I mean, it was not. This has been a bad week all around. I'll tell you what, it has just been a bad week all around. See so many people on Twitch daily, it's hard to keep track. Sure, no doubt. But he's in the Discord, or was in the Discord. He still owes me an article. He was going to do a review of the new pigments from Monument Hobbies when he got them. He was going to check them out against the old AK pigment powders. So he still owes me an article. Some people do anything to get out of a commitment. Oh well. Let's see. So I've been working on these little guys. As you know, this is another war band for Song of Blades and Heroes. So I'd say I'm going to declare this pretty well done. These guys have some fur trimmings on their boots, so I need to do those real quick. So I'm going to hit those fur trimmings on their boots with some Agrax Earthshade. But yeah, I'm going to declare these done and take pictures and put them out on the interwebs. They are table slop ready. Table slop. Everybody talks about slap chop. I'm going to start a new thing, call it table slop, where it's just good enough to get it on the table. We're not worried too much about super detailed, super highlights, highlights and details, I guess. I should go through and do a criteria of what table slop is. I should do a video on it and go, here's the new style of painting you need to get into. It's called table slop. You've heard of slap chop. Well, this is table slop. Table slop for tabletop gaming, just to get it on there. Get it on the table. Of course, this is more for those who like to use opaque paints than the slap chop grisaille style with the underpainting. Smack mop? Yeah, I smack mop. What's it to you? I'm joking. Well, Miar, I'd say Heretic Scott beard is as long as Heretic Scott's beard wants to be. That seems like an odd question to ask. How long is my beard? So far, I think the goatee is probably around 3 inches. All right. Not long enough to braid. I could probably put a hair tie around it. Let's see. I ask odd things. Yes, Miar, you do ask me odd things. You are a one of a kind, my friend. Miar is definitely one of a kind, folks. I gotta say, he's a rare treasure. All right. So I had a bit of a disaster tonight. So on top of everything else that's been going wrong, you can see how this is stained with brass metallic paint. On top of everything else that went wrong this week. I was trying to squeeze paint out of this bronze here. I had poked it with the pokey tool and I thought I cleared the jam. And I put it down and I wasn't really getting much. And I really wasn't squeezing all together that hard. And the top just popped right off. And yeah, I got a big bronze block now. That's, I'll tell you. And I started the computer early to try to get. I was trying to get the Social Stream Ninja to work. I couldn't get that to work. I've gotten it to work before. I know I've used it before, so that I don't have to have all the pop-ups in the back end of things. So I was trying to get it to work, and then something crashed out, and I had to restart the computer. And I tell you what, it has just been. I mean, aside from everything else that was happened this week, that was just. I mean, that was just the cherry on top, you know. It was the sprinkles on top of the custard, you know. So, but anyway, I got another warband done, so that's cool. So those guys will be facing off against the gnolls and knights, and I've got rat swarms to do up next, and of course the green stuff. I used green stuff to do the bases up and extend the molded bases out. Same thing here. These were actually molded bases out to a certain point, and I just extended out with the green stuff. So same thing there. Now I had thought about doing 3 rats per base and having 4 bases, but I like to work in units of 3. Just like over here, I've got these bat swarms. So I had 3 have 3 bat swarms. I had 2 of them, so I went ahead and ordered another one so I could have 3 bat swarms. So I thought that's pretty neat. Working in groups of 3, that's, what is that, 40, 80, 120 by 40 base size if I was going to use that in, like, say, Warhammer. So that's a pretty good size unit. Same thing with the rats. I could put these 3 guys. Generally I think of, when I'm doing these, I'm thinking of Song of Blades and Heroes, but I could also use them in Warhammer as rat swarms. So I think 3 bases is a considerably good size unit. 3 bases, that's 120 by 40. So get some iso alcohol on it and a Scotch green, good as oh yeah, probably so, no doubt. Yeah, a Brillo pad, or not Brillo, that's steel wool, but yeah, a green pad, a Scotch Brite, Scotch green. Yep, that'd be fine. But it's just one of those things. It's like, I guess there's going to be one paint that squeezes out per year. Last year it was the Nova Orange got me, and it went all over my pants. This went all over the desk. So, I mean, I'm getting better with my aim, but I think there's probably just going to wind up being a paint sacrifice once a year. It's always in the springtime too. Or red if I'm feeling bold. Yeah. Very true. And I'm working on this little guy here. So I used tin bits and then I went over them with bronze. So I'm thinking maybe hit him up with this bright gold by Coat d'Arms next. That'll be the next thing, and then maybe just do some edge highlights with maybe silver. But yeah, he's got a nice gradient though because it's dry brushed. I was going to do him up in blue, but the blue was too translucent. Even with 2 coats on it, it didn't look good. I was going to do blue a la like ultramarines, and just kind of play off the whole ultramarine trope. But I think I'm going to go more for like stabby killy C-3PO. I don't know. I might even do some red in there too, more like Iron Man. I'm not sure. I really don't know how I want to finish this out. It's just kind of a quick, cheap. I don't even like the figure really. I mean, I think Warforged are kind of silly, but I mean, as an automaton of some sort, I could use this in like a steampunk game as well. So, just all sorts of things. There's really no limit to your imagination where you can use a figure like this. But that's next up. I just need to get some more bases. I've run out of the bases that I like. So I got to order some of those. But yeah. Now, I've got more work to do on these, and I'll work on these some more probably through the week, maybe Thursday. Of course, next week I've got a convention, and then the following week I've got a convention. So it'll be only on Thursdays, and then so yesterday would have been this week's Saturday, super alternating Saturday stream, the SASS, the SAS. I came up with that. Super alternating Saturday stream. So I wouldn't have one next week, but I would have one the following week. But the following week, I've got a convention, so no stream on Saturday in 2 weeks. And then alternating Saturday out, I'll be at Adepticon. So I may have to do one on Saturday, or I may have to just scoot it back to the following week. It just depends on my schedule. So if I were closer, if I were closer, I'd send some. I have far too many bases. Oh, I understand. I appreciate that. I tell you, I don't have enough. I have far too many bases, but I also don't have enough bases because I have so many of one kind, but not enough of the other kind. It's kind of like an embarrassment of riches because I have too much of the ones that I don't really want to use right offhand. Because I really like to use, like, for human-sized figures, I like to use these shouldered bases like this. These goblins, I did put them on the round bases. These are Reapers. These are the Reaper round bases. And I put them on there because it's what I had. But I would have rather put them on these round 32s because I like to have, for some reason, for these skirmish games, I just like to have that round 32 shouldered base. Excuse me. I don't know why I like it, but I just do. Probably because the more traditional 25 millimeter base, I always equate with Games Workshop stuff. That straight side or slightly beveled side, I always equate with Workshop, and this I equate with like War Machine and like some of the other things that came out in response to Workshop stuff. So that round base, I just kind of like it. I don't know why. I'm just weird that way, I suppose. So, but they're hard to. It's not that they're hard to get. They're just. I found them on eBay for not too bad a price, so I can get 100 for whatever. Not too bad, but I do go through them. But that's the one thing I do like about like Song of Blades and Heroes is that there's no actual basing convention. It's just what you have. What you have is just fine. But yeah, coat to arms. So bright gold was one of the first Citadel paints that I ever got. And it was in this flippy sort of a container. And it lasted me for a long time. And it was my favorite gold. Nobody else made a gold like this. So bright gold is my favorite original Workshop gold color, right? Well, they stopped making it. Could never find it, but I knew that Coat d'Arms was the I guess white label branding, right? From HMG. Well, HMG also made the Privateer Press P3 originally. I happened to be down by Fort Knox, and there's a well-appointed game store down there called Hard Knocks, and they had the whole line of Coat d'Arms. So I saved up my paycheck for a couple of weeks, and I got as much Coat d'Arms as I could fit, as I could. I got one of each, and a couple of them I got two of each. And then there's a online retailer called Scale Creep Miniatures, and Market Scale Creep had some of the other paints. Like he had all the horse colors. So Coat d'Arms has sets of colors as well. So they have a horse set. So I picked up all the horse colors so I could use those for, well, obviously painting horses. So yeah, Coat d'Arms is honestly, I like it because first of all, look how much you get in a jar, in a bottle. I mean, this is 18 milliliters, which I guess is similar to, well, that's only 17 milliliters. This is 17 milliliters, so you get a whole milliliter extra, and the thing pops open. You can work off the lid. You can, if you clean the lid, it closes up good and tight. It doesn't have quite the same issues as, say, these lids have that are weird to get back closed together. But yeah. Hey, Bayo 88273. Literally driving now, but when I park, me and my squad are pulling up heavy to your next stream. Add me on my Discord. Username is Anthony Rob. Well, I have a Discord there, Bayo. So here we go. I'm just gonna put the oh, for crying out loud. So you can add yourself to my Discord. So feel free to add me or add you on my Discord. Although I have bad feeling about this. So, but yeah, so I like yeah, I figure. Thanks for looking out. We'll report that as a bot. Yeah, I don't know how to add other people to my Discord. They have to add them to it. Let's see. Bot. All right. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to add. That's the thing, is I don't know how to add somebody. They can add themselves, but yeah, I'm not going to do that. If they're a real person, they can add themselves with the invite. But so I'm going to continue this as a work in progress. I think I'm going to let the paint set up a little bit. I really wish that my grabbers would grab onto this, but the bases are just a little bit. I think this is like a 45 millimeter base, because this is a 40. Let's see. So Terminators are on 40 millimeter bases. So that works, but I think this is probably a 45, because this is just a little bit too big. See? So 40, yeah, probably 45 millimeter base on those things. So they don't fit. And I've got the bigger one, but the bigger one's obviously for 50 millimeter bases, so I'm 2.5 millimeters off either side. So I have to do it the caveman way, just by grabbing on. So well, we got an ad starting in 2 minutes, and I'm pretty well to a quitting point for tonight. These guys are done. These guys are well along. I'll be working on these some more maybe Thursday. I'll probably work on them during the week if I get home from work in time. I'll probably work on these while I listen to Build Paint Play on Tuesday nights at 7 o'clock. Check out Build Paint Play Tuesday night, 7 o'clock Eastern Time. Jake Krajewski, Dave Taylor. Yes, that Dave Taylor. I'm not sure who they are going to be interviewing this week, but yeah, it's always a very pleasant, enjoyable show with a nice gallery of figures to look at, to see, basically building a little merry band of painters that kind of motivate and push each other. So if you haven't joined the Build Paint Play Facebook group, you should do that. It is private, but if you make a request, somebody will let you in. So Tuesday night, Build Paint Play. I watch it. You should watch it too. Thursday night is Paint All the Things with me. And then, not this coming Saturday, but maybe the following Sunday. So not next Sunday, but the following Sunday, we'll just shift the stream. So we'll do the SAS on Sunday. It'll be the Super Awesome Sunday stream instead of the Super Awesome Saturday stream. Alternate Saturday stream. So it's going to be the SAS. We're still going to keep the SAS. Should be starting up hobbying again soon, about 2 or 3 weeks away from finishing the studios. Woohoo! Nice. Nice. Well, that's always, that's the funny thing about hobbying, right? We take time and we build our studios. We take time to organize things, and sometimes, like, I look at the stuff that I need to organize and I think, wait, is my hobby painting miniatures or is my hobby organizing things? Which I need to organize things here again eventually. I got some more shelving parts and pieces to extend my shelves up taller, so I go taller to have more floor space, right? So getting that done is something I need to do, but I've got a lot of work to do around the house too. I've got things that I didn't know about. Some weird leaks that happened last summer, I guess, that I gotta fix the damage done from those. So, and March is just the worst month for that, because, like I said, I've got 3 conventions, two single days, and Adepticon. It's gonna be crazy. April's not quite as bad. April, I've only got 2 conventions, but that leaves March. That leaves most of April and most all of May. So I certainly took it to the next level. Yeah, you did. Yeah, absolutely. You really did take it to the next level. That was really. You have. Hey, Otto, good to see you. How's it going? So yeah, Scott, Heretic Scott, that's the work you did on your studio space is absolutely incredible. I'm jealous in a good way. I'm not jealous like I wish I had. I wish I had that kind of space and that kind of time to devote to making a space like that. So, no, not jealous. jealous is the wrong word. Envious. But envious in a good way, because I'm glad that you have that space. I'm glad that you've got that. So that's what I'm getting at. So that envy, like, yeah, you go, boy, you got it. That's really cool. There's a good kind of envy like that. Enthusiasm. You're happy to see your compadres, your fellow people, hobbyists doing well and having the things they need to function and turn out their best work. Yes, inspired. Inspired is a better word. Absolutely. Absolutely. So, let's see. I was just kicking around to see if the not so green shade. Yes, the not so green shade. Perhaps chartreuse. So, let's go see if Monster Den is up and running yet. I'm just kind of riffing until 8:00 because I think Ed starts his stream at 8:00. I have got Furioso Dread. So these are the correct claws for it. This guy did have Bjorn the Fell-Handed's claws on him. Had one and nothing over here. So I got a hold of, I talked to a gentleman who has a store and he has a huge backlog of old stuff. And I asked if he could find another claw for Furioso because I was thinking that the Furioso used 2 of the Bjorn the Fell-Handed claws. But then I got to looking at codexes and I was like, oh, wait a minute. This is the claw. So this was actually on another dreadnought that had only one arm on it, and the other arm was the Gatling or the assault cannon. So I was like, well, if I cut this off that dreadnought and I have this, then I've got the Furioso with the correct Furioso claws. And then I can use the Bjorn the Fell-Handed's claw on the one that has the assault cannon. So now that I have these, they're now correct. So everybody's got the right claw now. So that's pretty cool how that worked out. So, but that's a huge piece of metal right there. That could do some damage. There was a time in the game where that was the ultimate thing to have. So, but yeah, I'm looking forward to putting Bjorn the Fell-Handed correctly together. Which I've got a an unbuilt Venerable Dread that I might actually use as Bjorn the Fell-Handed. So I know that they redid him in plastic, but I mean I've got the right claw and I've got the right parts to make the right dreadnought the right way, so I might as well, because I want to do some Space Wolves in a classic Firstborn Space Wolves. No Primaris, not this oversized stuff, because the oversized stuff, as you may recall, over the last year or so, I have slowly been tearing things apart. So I'm working on Primaris, but these are my homebrew. I was calling them Nova Wolves, like new wolves, but I think I'm going to change the name to like Brazen Wolves, because I can never remember Nova Wolves because there's already Nova Marines, so I keep calling them Nova Marines instead of Nova Wolves. So I think I'm going to call them Brazen Wolves. So what are these? Huh. You know what's funny? That's weird. So I don't remember. These are new Terminators, and I don't remember getting them, but evidently I got them. So I do have the new Terminators. So that was. I think I found a good deal on them on eBay. I think they were like $20 for the 5 of them. So I didn't remember getting them. Of course, I haven't really been super involved in putting my Brazen Wolves together. They're just kind of something in between to do, you know. They're just kind of in between. Mostly because I wanted to play 40K or Kill Team down at the new store. And I went down there. And the guys are all for the 40K. For workshop stuff only. They're not really gamers per se. They're 40K players. And that sounds pedantic and it sounds prejudicial. But hear me out. I have nothing against people that like to play 40K. But that's all they play. I'm interested in playing games. Lots of games. Different games. I don't want to get locked into a campaign style play where that's all we play. I want to be able to play 2-3 weeks of 40K maybe. Then maybe break it up with something else like a short session of Song of Blades and Heroes, or maybe something historical, maybe some Napoleonics. So my club that kind of stopped meeting because of the pandemic thing, because where we used to meet kind of, I mean, obviously we couldn't meet there anymore, which now after post-pandemic, they're just loaded with card flipping kids, which is fine, but we just can't get any room there on a Saturday. So a few of us from my club have started getting together to play Space Station Zero every couple of weeks. So we're working on that. We're playing that out. Hence why Black Skull sent me these spider guys. So, which I could use these in a game of Stargate SG-1 as well. As replicants or replicators. Yeah, these would make some really cool looking replicators. But there's only 2 bases of them. So I need to find out who these are. Of course, I've got scarabs from Necrons, and these are like the not scarabs from not Necrons. But I mean, I could get more scarabs. I could probably find more of these online too, maybe eBay or something. But I'm glad that Black Skull got to send these to me. I'm glad that I got them. I'm very sad that he didn't get to see me paint them. It's kind of a bummer. It's bittersweet. You know, it was very thoughtful of him to send them, but it was, excuse me, but it was damn inconsiderate for him to die before I got to paint him. So, it was very inconsiderate of him to die before I got to paint them. It's one of those things, though. That's life. Man being born of woman is short of days. Sometimes we don't know how short our days are going to be. Well, wish I could have one of his models. Yeah. Well, who knows? You know, who knows? Who knows, Miar? You do have one of his early stuff? Oh, that's good. Well, I mean, there you go. You have one of his models then. I'd like to... I mean... It's kind of neat. Actually, it's next to yours. Oh, nice. 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 Well, that's an honor. That is an honor to have one of my pieces next to his at your house, on your shelf. Very nice. Well, shall we dip out and say goodnight to Rumble and YouTube? Nobody was over on Rumble. That's okay. So we're going to say goodnight to Rumble and YouTube. And we are going to remember, everybody, no matter how bad today was, the sun is coming up tomorrow and the world is a better place with you in it.